Calling the meeting to order. Mr. Holgriff, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Roll call. Maria Okpara, I'm here. Rick Raleigh.
I'm here.
Gary Arce.
Here.
Amanda Buchanan.
Here?
Dennis Bender.
Here.
The pledge was done around. Public comments. Do we have any public comments pertaining to the closed session?
We do not.
Thank you. Now we need to go into closed session to discuss the following: superintendent's evaluation, people personnel expulsion cases, expulsion number 1, 2425, and stipulated number 1, 2425, admission case AD number 1, 2425, and annual review AR number 2, 2425. Number 3, Conference on Litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection A, current litigation, 11 cases. CIVDS 2011183, CIVSB 2111303, 2220303, 2218676, 2314073, 2322171, 2412359, 2412687, 2321161, 2404404, and CIVVS 2400289, Government Code Section 54954.5, subsection C, and 54956.9, subsection D, and subsection 2, and subsection E, and subsection 1, anticipated litigation 1 case, 2020-2021-05. Number 4, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, title, certificated and classified employees. Number 5, public employee appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, title, certificated and classified employees. Number 6, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Jeremiah Harrison, employee organization, Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Number 7, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Christine Dupree, employee organization, California School Employees Association. Conference with real property negotiator, Government Code 54956.8, negotiating parties, Matthew Schulenberg, Apple Valley Unified School. Security matters, Government Code Section 54957, consultation with Apple Valley Unified School District Chief of Police. And I ask for a motion to go into closed session.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We'll be back about 7 o'clock. Calling the meeting. Calling the meeting to order. Maria Okpara, present. Rick Raleigh.
Here.
Gary Arce.
Here.
Amanda Buchanan.
Here.
Dennis Bender.
Here.
Emily Jenkins, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Emily. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. Before we get started, I would like to say that the board appreciates and supports our educational partners' input at our meetings. Engagement by members of the public and civic matters is the cornerstone of our democracy. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinions within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings, so that we are able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. During the meeting, there will be time for the public to comment on matters not on the agenda. In addition, members of the public may comment on specific agenda items after I, as your board president, ask for public comments on an item. Until it is your turn to speak, or if you are here just to observe the meeting, please refrain from any behavior that prevents others from participating in the meeting or that disrupts the board's ability to conduct the business of the board. Once again, thank you very much for taking your time to join us this evening and to be a participant in this duty of serving our students and our educational community. At this point, we are starting with the student representatives. Sitting Bull Academy 8th grade speakers are Ava Gazvini, Avery Genovis, Braden Beam, Andrew Jones, and 7th grade support Emily Jenkins, Sophia Nada, and Davina Garcia. Will you please step to the podium?
Okay, perfect. All right.
Ooh.
Hello, board and cabinet members. We are your Sitting Bull Academy ASB representatives. I am Ava Gazvini, your president.
I am Avery Janowitz, the vice president.
I am Andrew Jones, the treasurer.
And I'm Braden Bean, the secretary.
Thank you, baby.
And with us today, we have our 7th grade representatives. We have Emily Jenkins,
We have Grayson Gibson, although he unfortunately cannot be here tonight.
And Sophia Nutter, our secretary.
we are here to tell you a little bit about our school today and how it is thriving. We'd like to start off by telling you our theme for this year. Our theme for this year is Together We Grow. We feel that this theme will help bring our students together outside and inside our school. With this theme, it shows people how we all grow together when learning. At Sitting Bull Academy exists to provide a safe and enjoyable community where all students feel welcome.
One of the new things to Sitting Bull Academy is our new phone policy. Our saying for this policy is often away for the day. Often away for the day means that cell phones are powered off or on silent during the day. This has been a huge help to our school, and we have noticed that more kids are interacting with each other and are more engaged in school activities. Another thing is that we have a new lunch line. We have created this line to prevent kids from cutting, which has made the process more efficient. Also, students have now been provided the opportunity to eat inside or outside during lunch. Students have really enjoyed these new improvements. The school has also added art and music to our lower campus K-6 classes. They have been loving this new experience. These gifts that you have been given were made by our lower campus art class. One final thing is that we are bringing soccer back to our sports program. This has helped encourage kids to keep up their grades and work hard for their citizenship.
There's many fundraisers going on at Sitting Bull. The Step It Up fundraiser ended yesterday, and we raised a lot of money from that one towards field trip transportation costs. The clothing drive is in November, and we get 25 cents per pound of clothes that we donate. And the clothes go to third world countries to help them out. We're selling Mars ice cream fruit bars to 7th and 8th during their lunch for $3 each. The last day of Kona Ice pre-order was yesterday. Yeah. The food drive is in November to give back to our community and those in need. And we partner with food restaurants one time a month for more fundraising opportunities. Last month it was Yogurtland, and this month it's Panera Bread. And we're raising this money for field trips, transportation, and other fun events in City Bowl.
Before we go on, Avery?
Yeah.
Your dad is Captain Joe Chandler?
Yeah.
He's a much better student than he was. He was a tough soccer player, but you have an off-ground sport that
Uh-huh.
will not attract boys. Rock climbing?
Yeah.
Okay, that's.
At Sitting Bull Academy, students are given the choice of what they want to do for an elective. These are the electives we offer at Sitting Bull. First of all, our ASB class, AVID, band, computer science, active achievers, cooking, art, cosmetology, integrated tech, broadcast, drama, teacher assistant, office aide, and lower campus tutor. All of our elective classes play a huge part in helping Sitting Bull grow. Our newest elective class is active achievers. They will go and learn a sport and then take that sport to teach younger classes. This is stopping a lot of arguments at recess because kids now know how to play properly.
One of our bigger programs here at Sitting Bull Academy is our ELOP program. Our ELOP program stands for Extended Learning Opportunities Program. This offers students a choice of homework help, learn a sport, yearbook, play a sport, esports, enrichment, tutoring, breakfast club, and crochet club. This is our amazing ELOP program, which has been happening Monday through Friday every week.
WEB stands for Where Everybody Belongs. WEB is made up of a group of 8th grade students that were recommended by their teachers at the end of last school year. These members serve as positive role models to the lower grades. WEB students work primarily with any newcomers to the school to help them adapt to their new surroundings. WEB mainly worked with incoming 7th grade students who transferred from Rio Vista and Desert Knolls, providing tours of the campus during orientation. The main goal of WEB is to help the 7th grade students connect and interact with each other more by doing team building activities. These are some of the recent WEB pictures of them doing activities with 7th graders during their advisory classes. The goal was to get them to interact more with each other and possibly make new friends.
Our attendance saying here at Sitting Bull is 9 or less for success, meaning 9 or less days absent for success. And then as you can see, these are the attendance charts for August and September. And it was lower than last year with an average of 93.46 during September, but we strive for at least 95%.
We recently had our back to school night. At this event, parents and guardians were able to come and tour the campus. Families were also able to explore their child's classroom. This was where they got the idea of what their student will be expected of in class. This also is where they would know how their child would be graded. As you can see in the slides of our pictures, lower campus Cubs and upper campus Bears enjoying back to school night.
Here at Sitting Bull Academy, we take our Spirit Days very seriously. What I mean by this is our students love enjoying and participating in our Spirit Days. We try to have at least one Spirit Day per month. So far this year, we've had Neon Day and Twin Day. And tomorrow, we will have our Crocs vs. Birkenstock Spirit Day. But don't worry, though. We still have a lot of Spirit Days throughout the year, such as Anything But a Backpack Day, Disney Day, and even a full week of Spirit Days dedicated to fun Christmas Spirit Days in December. And these are just some of our fun Spirit Days here at Sitting Bull Academy.
Last Friday, we just had our first middle school dance, which the theme was neon disco. The dance was to celebrate students with good grades based off their progress reports. We had a DJ, games, and an inflatable obstacle course, all of which the students really enjoyed. There will be more dances in the future to celebrate kids with good citizenship.
Some upcoming events here at Sitting Bull include Fall Festival on October 25th, the Crocs versus Birkenstocks Day, which is happening tomorrow, the BMX show for Red Ribbon Week, the Holiday Boutique happening in December to buy Christmas gifts for your families, the Cross Age activity on February 28th, and the dance in February. The Cross Age activity on February 28th is where upper campus students go onto the lower campus and help lower campus classes complete a fun activity. And I'd like to take this time to invite you guys to the Cross Age activity on February 28th and the Fall Festival on October 25th.
Sports are very highly talked about at Sitting Bull. 7th and 8th graders are able to try out for volleyball, cross country, basketball, or soccer. When trying out for a sports team at Sitting Bull Academy, many things are taken into account, such as grades. In order to play a sport, you can't have any D's or F's or N's or U's. This rule is keeping students accountable and making sure that they can really strive to get on a team.
Lastly, before we end this presentation, I'd like to take a second to shout out our awesome staff here at Sitting Bull. On the left, we have our Sitting Bull Academy security. And then at the top, we have our lunch ladies who always keep us fed. We have our administration at the bottom and our Sitting Bull staff. They are always trying to provide their hardest to make us feel loved and appreciated here at Sitting Bull. Now, before we go, I'd like to take a minute to ask you guys if you have any questions.
I do.
Yes?
My question is, if I come on your campus, will I have one of the web students take me around and help me make new friends?
Yes, of course. We would love to do that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all so much for your time, and I hope to see you all at our Cross Age event at February 28th and our Fall Festival October 25th. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that's impressive. That's like college level. Hi, Desert Premier Academy, Marissa Duarte.
Good evening, President Okpara, esteemed board members, Superintendent Nelson, Executive Cabinet, and Apple Valley Unified staff, students, families, and community members. I'm glad to be back, and I'm excited to introduce you to Gianna Perez. I have officially finished my graduation requirements, and I will not see you until May at graduation. Last week, Last week, we had a board member visit our cafeteria. Thank you, Mr. Arce, for coming to visit our kitchens. We are glad you were able to see behind the scenes before we got our lunches. Shout out to the lunch ladies. We also wanted to give a shout out to the maintenance team for our amazing new paint job on the quad. Yesterday was Custodian Appreciation Day. Thank you to all the Apple Valley District custodians for your hard work. October is Anti-Bully Awareness Month. This month, our counselors will be visiting classes and giving presentations to students about bullying. They will teach students what the definition of bullying is and its effects on people who are involved with bullying behaviors. Last week at High Desert Premier, middle school students in Apple Valley Virtual Academy went on a Long Beach aquarium to the Long Beach Aquarium and learned about the deep sea predators. They had a blast. This month, our PE classes will visit Top Golf and learn the basics of golfing. As my high school career comes to an end, I wanted to say, I wanted to tell you all thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to join you these last few months and share amazing events and opportunities at High Desert Premier has provided for me and other students like me. Thank you, HDBA, for giving me a safe space to learn and grow, and for all the staff that I can call family. With that being said, Gianna.
Hello, my name is Gianna Perez. I'm very excited to be here with all of you tonight. I look forward to meeting up with all of you every month to discuss some things about HDPA. When I came to this school, I was really looking for some help to get back on track. As you can see, this school was just the opportunity I needed. Thank you for giving me this opportunity here. We hope you have an amazing fall break, and I look forward to seeing all of you next month.
Thank you so much. Granite Hills High School, Hannah Forget.
That's good. Thank you. Good evening, Executive Cabinet, board members, and attendees. My name is Hannah Forget, and I'm the ASB Governing Council President at Granite Hills High School. I am so excited to speak to you all tonight. To begin, last month ASB held our homecoming dance, and we had record-breaking ticket sales by selling 513 tickets in total. There were food trucks, an awesome DJ, and a photo booth. On September 18th, we had our senior class meeting where we discussed prom, grad night, winter formal, senior sunrise, graduation, and all of those fun things. Tonight, we have a Wingstop fundraiser that goes until 8 p.m., and I know that sometimes we get kind of hungry during board meetings, so if you have a chance, you can pull out your phone, and you can order now and then show the flyer when you pick up later. Just an idea. We also have a Chipotle fundraiser on October 8th. The flyer for both fundraisers are on our Instagram at Granite Hills_class of 2025. Currently, ASB is working hard and getting ready for our first pep rally of the year on October 30th. We have our Powder Puff game, junior girls versus senior girls, in a game of flag football on October 25th at the AVUSD Stadium. And I might be biased, but I think the seniors are going to win. And I'm also kind of mad about last year still and us not winning as juniors, so. Theater is working hard and getting ready for the second annual Harvest Festival. It will take place on Wednesday the 23rd at 6 p.m. in the staff parking lot and the PAC. There will be a haunted house, trunk or treat, games, entertainment, and food trucks. Be sure to come on out and join in on all of the Halloween fun. Theater is also getting ready for their production of Addams Family the Musical. The shows will be on November 15th at 7 p.m. and November 16th at 2 p.m. and at 7 p.m. Come watch and find out what happens when you're in Addams. In September, MedCorps had the first blood drive of the year on campus in partnership with Livestream. There was an incredible turnout, and all of the MedCorps students did an incredible job assisting. Our choir class has their first recital tonight, and our mock trial team is prepping for their first competition on November 6th at 6 p.m. at the Victor Valley Courthouse. This Saturday on the 5th, 7 Granite Hills CTE students, along with 7 advisors, will attend the Fall Leadership Conference in Downey, California. It'll be a great leadership opportunity. Our CTE program sponsored a Skills USA membership drive, and we have 897 students signed up as Skills USA members. Competition prep is already beginning, and our teams are very excited. Special recognition to senior Hayden Rice on receiving a letter of commendation for her performance on the National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test. Hayden is one of 34,000 high school students across the nation receiving this recognition. Way to go, Hayden. We couldn't be prouder. As for athletics, we are doing great. Cost Crunchy is doing very good, and we are first in the Desert Sky League. They have 2 more races for a league title and are in a good spot to become DSL champions this year. Volleyball had their last game last night, as well as their senior night. This year, we have 6 seniors graduating. The team is second in Desert Sky League and doing great. Girls golf is second in league play, and they have a good chance to take over as first place in league. With only 5 more matches left, they hope to become the first girls golf DSL champions in Granite Hills history. Girls tennis just started a league, and they are in a good position to win the league title as well. Football starts Desert Sky League tonight with a game against Silverado. We are currently 4-1 and hoping to repeat as DSL champions once again. Many students and staff are ready for fall break. We hope that everyone enjoys their time off, and we look forward to beginning a successful second quarter. We thank you all for your time, and as always, Maroon and Gray lead the way.
Apple Valley High School, Eden Piolo.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and attendees. I'm Eden Piolo, the Apple Valley High School Associate Student Bodyline President, and today I'll be sharing with you what our students and staff have been doing this past month. And I'll also be sharing our goals for October. Last time I was here, I talked about one of our most exciting and biggest events at Apple Valley High School, our annual bell game. Unfortunately, it got canceled due to some conditions, but that didn't stop us from losing our school spirit. The students in ASB decorated all the windows of our school with phrases like, "Go Devils," "Beat those buddies," and so much more. Seeing those around campus still got everyone in touch with their school spirit, that students participated in spirit days to be had that week, including Red, White, and Blue to honor 9/11, anything but a backpack day, no buddies t-shirts, or Sun Devil spirit. For 9/11, our school did a moment of silence during announcements to respectfully mourn and remember the lives that were lost that day. September is also Hispanic Heritage Month. During that month, our ASB students have been doing fun activities during lunch for students to participate in, like papel picado, which is a traditional Mexican craft, and they also made floral crowns. After school, we had a Michoacana ice cream truck, a churro truck, and in that month, we had staff spotlights. We had our teacher, Mr. Mena, Miss Diaz, and Mrs. Ramirez share about their backgrounds and why Hispanic Heritage Month is important to them and why others should learn more about it. Last weekend, some of our ASB students and I had the opportunity to give a tour of our school to the class of 73 and 74. In my experience, it was so wholesome and eye-opening to hear the stories that these alumni had of our school, and I met some amazing people, like Mr. Bender was there too.
Mr. Bender.
And I met one of the students who was a transfer student from France and who went to our school for a year, which I think was really cool. And he told me so much amazing stories. And I heard from other people that so much of our school has changed since they didn't recognize some buildings that we added and also some of the rules that have changed over the years, like chewing gum in class. The dress codes were different because mostly girls wore dresses in the day. But one thing that I did notice that hasn't changed about them was their school spirit. Recently, we had a powder puff game for the senior and junior girls. It was a pretty intense game, but we had fun playing along with the girls in our grade. I am proud to say that the senior girls won by 22-14. And last week, we had a blood drive. We collected 171 units of blood. We thank our students who donated, which will make an impact and save the lives of many people. I also want to mention our math students who helped out at the blood drive. We couldn't have done it without them. And as for our sports, we're ending the season pretty soon, but we're still going strong. Our football team did a great job against Upland Scots, winning by 37-34. And in my opinion, it was a very exciting game that got everyone out of their seats, cheering for our athletes and bringing the school spirit to the stadium. Our volleyball girls recently had their senior night, which was a wholesome night celebrating the senior volleyball girls. The tennis girls had a game against Serrano, winning 15-3, and our cross-country team has been setting new PRs on their races and earning more medals and new patches. They also participated in our annual color run, in which many runners from cross-country finished first. Our color run was such a success that we had many parents, families, students, and supporters from our community signed up. And the money that we raised from the color run went to our sports, clubs, and school programs to provide for our students with their needs. It was also really lovely to see how our school community cares for each other and will continue to support one another. And in October, we have very exciting events that we cannot wait to happen. The AVID senior students are looking forward to their Northern California trip, and in this trip, we get to visit and tour colleges, which I think is important as seniors in high school, because not only it gives us an opportunity to learn about that college, but also a feel of what it's like if we were to attend that college. Our FFA and camp students are also looking forward to their trips, which gives them more hands-on experience. And our ASB students have been working so hard these past 2 months with working at our school events that we were very happy to go on our Disney trip earlier this year. Lastly, ASB is planning on doing a trunk or treat event to bring our school community together. This will be the very first time we host a trunk or treat, so we hope that it will be a great success. There are so many exciting things happening at Apple Valley, and I want to thank you all for your support. We couldn't give our students any of these incredible opportunities without you. And please enjoy a restful and restorative fall break. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Board comments. Dennis Bender.
No, not this time.
Amanda Buchanan.
Yes. Okay. First of all, I love the mouse pad. I don't know if you guys got a chance to see it. It's got like little apples on it. But the apples remind me, I don't know if anybody in here quilts, but it reminds me of like the crazy quilt patterns where you take different fabrics and like cut them out. So adorable. Anyway, super cute. All right. So I'd like to start by sharing what a great time I had. I attended the 2024 Happy Trails Parade, and it was wonderful to see so many members of our school community that were involved. Both Apple and Granite had members of their Key Club there, and they were with the Kiwanis Club and their float in the parade. And then also the Granite Hills Marching Band represented us beautifully marching. And then also, this was kind of a surprise. And I forgot the name of the organization, but some of our nutrition service workers were there as part of a bigger organization. And so that was really neat to see. They were all dressed up as like different foods. But yeah, they saw the Apple logo and came over and high-fived me. So that was kind of neat. I was like, oh, hey. But it was neat just to see so many Apple Valley people out celebrating the town. And so with all of the great things that we always hear every month across our district, I was thinking, and I know I can get myself in trouble, but maybe we should consider like our board participating next year. Either like we could all, I don't know, it's kind of, I was just thinking we have a year to think about it, guys. Either we sign up. I mean, if you want, we can go individually, but I was thinking.
Dressed like a hot dog?
We set up, no, not a hot dog. I mean, if you want to be a hot dog, you can be a hot dog. But I was thinking it'd be really great if we like put together a float and we all ride together. And I was thinking it would be amazing if we could like showcase some of our programs. Like at the end of the year, we usually have like the CTEs competing, and I know that we've seen some of their amazing builds that they have. I don't know if we can we have a year to figure this out, but I feel like we could be showing off some amazing things that are going on in our district to the town, and there's got to be a way. So I'm sure we can figure out, we've got creative brains here that can make it happen. But I'm willing to like put my money where my mouth is. But I just think it'd be really neat if we can like show off some of the things that like maybe we wouldn't traditionally think of in a parade. But I bet they can make a pretty amazing float. So it was just a thought. And I mean, it doesn't have to be CT. It could be anything. Just get your brains going. I also wanted to take a moment to publicly thank, because I already thanked you privately, but to thank Mr. Schlosser and his team for attending the You Can Go to College HBCU fair. I had seen Sharina Better share it out on social media, and I was so excited because I had mentioned it to him a little over a year ago, and I hoped that we could create more pathways for our students, and I'm grateful to see that this is maybe coming to fruition. After I attended Footsteps like 7 years ago, I had the privilege of being part of the district that I work, this team that organized the event for our students, and seeing a student receive an on-the-spot acceptance or even a full ride scholarship, especially when they once thought college was going to be out of reach. It's an unforgettable experience when you see that on their face. Like they don't think they could possibly go to college, and then they're accepted right then, or they get a scholarship for a full ride, or half. It's just the look on their face is amazing. It's truly priceless. So thanks to their efforts, our Apple Valley scholars now have even more opportunities for scholarships and college admissions. So I just wanted to say thank you. I really appreciate that. Finally, I want to wish everyone a safe and wonderful fall break. And I look forward to continuing to celebrate our students, staff, and our community in the months ahead. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arce?
Just want to highlight a couple of the great things happening around our district. I want to, first of all, congratulate the nutritional services team, Mr. Schulenberg and Rose and Zaida, just for an extremely successful program that I had a chance to visit and really learn about. I learned that our food services team serves in breakfast, approximately 4,000 students around the district every single day. The team gets there a lot of times no later than 5:30 in the morning. They're already preparing things, but while we're doing other things, the nutritional services team is already hard at work. So 4,000 breakfasts they provide, I think somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000 lunches they provide every single day. Now there's an after-school supper program and so on. And I was just very impressed with the entire program, with the careful preparation. I mean, they have to take temperatures of the food, like the hot food has to be a certain temperature, the cold food has to be a certain temperature, and our nutritional services team are just right on top of that, and even providing for county instructional places as well. So in fact, I remember even during COVID, when our campuses were shut down, the nutritional services team was out there still providing food for bag lunches and stuff for our kids and families and so on, out there in the hot and the cold and the wind and everything. They were still out there. So just an amazing group of people, and just want to congratulate Mr. Schulenberg and the entire team, because they're every single day they're touching so many kids and families around this campus. So I really learned a lot. I really appreciated that. I also want to congratulate Mrs. Benitez and the staff and students at Sycamore Rocks. I had a chance to visit some TK classes, some kindergarten classes, first grade, second grade, sixth grade classes. And every classroom I went in, all the students were engaged and focused and working hard, glad to be at school. The teachers were right on task and enthusiastic. I want to commend them for their attendance policy. They really have a focus on attendance. And of course, we all know that's important. If the student's not in class, they're not going to be learning. So they have the focus right where it should be. I also learned they have a very successful cell phone program this year. So like I say, it was just really a pleasure to be on campus. So thank you, Mrs. Benitez and all the team there at Sycamore Rocks. And the same thing at Desert Knolls. I had a chance to get a tour around with Mrs. Garrett. And again, the same thing, focus on attendance, a very successful cell phone policy. All the students were engaged and eager to learn. And there's just tremendous things going on, really, in every single campus around our district. So I just want to say a hearty congratulations to all the administrators, the counselors, the teachers, and of course the students who are working so hard every day. We're seeing tremendous progress, and I know we're going to be getting some very good news in the very near future in terms of the academic achievement of our students. So great job, everyone. Thanks for everything that you do every single day, and please have a very safe and refreshing and enjoyable break. We look forward to seeing you again next month. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Raleigh?
They turned it on. I saw that he stepped out, Chief Molina. I wanted to give a shout out to the police department. It's been an extremely busy September. A lot of stuff going on, and whether it's just speeders in the school zone or belligerent issues that we deal with in the parking lots at school pickups, or threats online for social media, which occurs all over the country, not just in Apple Valley. It's just like an epidemic. But they take everything so serious, and you can be assured that a lot of things have been averted because of their hard work and their due diligence on enforcing laws on the schools, which are unique just to schools that the average police officer working in a city or a metropolitan area doesn't have to deal with, because the schools have different laws on how students can be treated and how things are enforced. So, and I know that staff, the principals, the VPs are all involved with this. And so I just wanted to give a shout out to the police department. And it's really good to have, to know that they're there. I'm sure a lot of us in the community see them more than they see the local sheriff's department driving around, making traffic stops on cars and writing tickets in the school zones and stuff. So it's, I just want to say good job. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's me. I'm going to start by thanking the student speakers. You guys were amazing today. And when I called on Emily, I did not know she was part of the student body that would be speaking. So you must have heard me giggle when her name was called. It was like, oh, okay. But Sitting Bull Academy, your presentation, you took it up a notch. If I'm looking at the presentation, I'm going, are these people in middle school? It looks like a college level presentation. Thank you so much. You took us through a journey. We saw what your school is doing, and we plan ahead for what we will see when we come to your school. And that is not to say that the other schools are presented were not great. Um, um, High Desert Premier Academy, I have to say congratulations. You shocked me because usually our students are done with their program by December, but you are done in September. So you just literally shocked me. And I'm truly, truly proud of your effort and hope you will continue to keep in touch and let us know what's going to happen in the future, because we always ask those questions. Where are they now? Do they even remember us? I know we live in a village, but please look back and check on us every so often. Hannah, I can't begin to say enough about the growth we've seen in you and how you seamlessly travel through this journey to tell us what's happening at your school. It's impressive. And of course, what's her name again? Eden, because I like that name, so I'm trying to store it. You did such a fabulous job taking us through the journey of your school. But before I go any further, I have to thank the staff of Desert Knolls. I went to Desert Knolls as for Grandparents' Day. I don't have kids in this district anymore. So when they have anything that involves grandparents, I volunteer myself because I miss being a grandparent to my own grandkids. But one little girl stole my heart. Her name is Queen. I never asked her last name, but her name was Queen. And Queen painted a most beautiful flowers for me that she made into a cone. I sent it immediately to the superintendent because it just tells me what this district is about. The love that those children share with you, and they don't even know you. So that was impressive. I finished with Queen, and I went into another classroom where I joined with their yoga class. And if anybody knows me, I like to dance, but not yoga. So yoga was impressive because I had to be like the kids. I did everything the kids did. And then I went to Yakaloma for the same grandparents event for grandparents bingo. I love bingo. I tried my best to win. And all I was able to get, I bribed myself to get a nerd box. And I actually took a picture of it because that was my winning. And I really loved it. I don't do sugar, but I wanted that nerd box. But on a more serious note, I see that you have Read Across America coming up. Please have us on your list so that we can come to your schools and have opportunity to read to your kids and know, and so that they can know sometimes we struggle with words too. It will be a great experience for us to come out. And then this bumper sticker, I know it's a bumper sticker, but it is not a bumper sticker to me. It's always on my phone. I find a way to stick it on my phone. But it came really handy for me when I traveled to Europe this summer and my suitcase was lost. And they couldn't identify my suitcase. And I said, it has Apple Valley High School and it has High Desert Premier Academy. on the suitcase. So I had to describe it to them from what my suitcase said. So sometimes when you give us these things, you never know where they go. But this is one of my most prized possessions. And to close, I need to thank the parents. You guys are the people that put the wind beneath these kids, and they can fly. And we don't thank you enough. Thank you so much to the parents. Thank you to the teachers who continue to teach them. And thank you to all of the people who touch these kids on a daily basis. Superintendent's comment.
Hard to follow what's already been said. Ava, Avery, Braden, Andrew, Emily, Sophia, and Davina, I loved that you presented Off and Away for the Day. I was able to visit very early in the school year and multiple times since, and boy, is it working. And I love seeing you guys interact. Cell phones aren't in front of faces, but kids are talking to each other. So way to go on a campus that has so many students and kind of setting the trend out there for others to follow. Active Achiever, I'm interested in coming out, and now I'm going to specifically watch for that. I've been in classrooms but haven't seen Active Achiever, and I think it's a great way to get kids engaged in sports and understanding how to do it. I love your Crocs versus Birkenstocks, and I'm just going to say this. Something has changed, because when I met my husband in 1997, 96, he had a pair of Birkenstocks, and folks, I made him throw them away. So I think I'm going to have to go home and tell him he was way ahead of the trend and he can have another pair. HDPA, Marissa, congratulations. Kind of hard for us to already let you go in just 2 short months, but we'll see you at graduation, and we're proud of you. And we're super excited to hear about you, Gianna, and what's coming for you. I love that you highlighted how the school is a perfect fit for you. Good job. Hannah, looking forward to the Addams Family and seeing you're not in it. I go to every place since you've been at the school, and you're like in everything. I will definitely go. I will definitely go. So just excited to see that. And Hannah actually participated in our smaller student advisory group with the planning group. So about 3 students from each grade level came together and talked about student advisory and what things they wanted us to adjust and be ready for the large group for student advisory. So she doesn't just represent ASB, but shows up for student advisory and has for years. Eden, thanks for sharing about the class of 73 and 74. I was at the football game when they were also there. Seeing them in their sweaters from the 70s was pretty cool. Some of the patches on them was wonderful. And I love that generationally you could connect and talk about the things that they shared about the school at the time and what you learned from them. So thanks for being there. And I knew Mr. Bender went because he called me to see if he could. And I said, of course you can. So we got him connected because he taught so many of those students as well. Yeah. I mentioned that we met with Granite Hills for their planning, but we also did Apple Valley High School's planning for student advisory. And this past week, we also met with the entire group of student advisors. Mr. Schlosser and I went in. We had the students, we thought from 9:30 to 12. We didn't plan lunch. And they left and they had to go have lunch and they came back. So we were really excited that they came back. Boy, did they keep us on point. They have some plans for that school, and they asked for some specific data. And so we're ready for our next meeting. We're not ready yet because we've got a lot of stuff still to pull, but they are focused. They asked that students wear name tags because they felt like because of the 4 years and the things that they didn't know everybody's name, they wanted to be able to use each other's names as they spoke and discuss things. To me, that was a brilliant idea, and boy, did they use it. They kept repeating people's names and getting to know each other. So phenomenal. I also would like to talk about some awards that people in our district have received and we've been notified of. Mariana Torres is receiving the Avid Impact Award. She has been selected to receive that. site, which is the California IT and Education group, has 3 awardees annually at their annual convention. All 3 of those awardees are from Apple Valley Unified School District. We swept. So we're excited to congratulate Jason Buchanan as the Leader in Technology Award. Technology Staff Award goes to Dana, who is in that office as well. And Bethany received the Educational Leader Award, who's a teacher within our system, and Bethany Thompson. So we're thrilled that that sweep took place. Susan Bennis also received an award, Impact Truth, Inc. does an Unsung Hero Award, and because she supports the students that are homeless, foster youth, she was selected, and they had a opportunity for us to go and watch her receive the award, and then it was postponed. So if it comes back and changes and we have an opportunity to go again, we'll let everybody know. And then finally, there is an employee in the audience that I'd like to just acknowledge being here. A few weeks ago, there was a tragedy in our community, and a couple of our employees were still on duty. They were in their bus, witnessed it happening, got back to the yard. Matt Schulenberg, it was part of his department, and Laura Bean, who is one of our school psychologists, in the back there. Laura, stand up just so that people can see who you are. I'm sorry, but I'm going to do it anyway. Laura took a phone call at about 5 o'clock and did whatever needed to be done to support those employees as a school psychologist. Not often called on to do that with the adults in the system, but she made herself available. She gave them her cell phone number over the weekend and checked in with us on Monday to make sure that they were okay. And so I just really appreciate that. I know Mr. Schulenberg does, and the employees that she dealt with also did.
Thank you so much, Laura.
There is a groundbreaking taking place in our park, not our park, but the park that we're, the property we're leasing to the town. That groundbreaking will take place on October 9th at 8 a.m. I will actually be out of town. I did approach them and ask them to change it so we could all be there to cheer them on as they did the groundbreaking. Mr. Schulenberg will go out there. I know some of you will be in town if you'd like to be there. They think it'll be a fairly brief ceremony, but they plan to do the groundbreaking for the park that will be right behind our building here. And then again, wishing everybody a wonderful fall break. This year, it seems like it came faster than it ever has.
Thank you so much. California School Employees Association, you have nothing tonight. Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association, AVUTA, Karen Sabers.
We're good. Okay, I hope I don't bore some of you students with this speech. It's a little different than normal. Good evening, Superintendent Nelson, board members, cabinet, and audience. As we approach break next week, I hope everyone takes the time to relax and refresh. I know many are looking forward to this break. AVUTA was able to take 15 SPED and Gen Ed teachers who co-teach down to the CTA SPED conference this past weekend. We were all given a lot of great information and ideas from sessions that we attended and from teachers from all over California. It also gave the teachers from our district that went a chance to meet each other and connect. My speech is a little different tonight. I'm not only the newly elected state council delegate for CTA, but have been placed on the joint CTA presidents, district superintendents, county superintendents advisory committee. I attended the first meeting yesterday and received a lot of good information that I was told to bring back and give to everybody, including the school board. So I'll make it quick. The meeting, first of all, was ran by Ted Alejandre, our county superintendent, and Ashley Alcala, our chair for our President's County Coalition. We did go over a training PD called Character Strong that came about from the association presidents requesting at the county meeting with Mr. Alejandre a training to help deal with extreme behaviors. his assistant, Lisa Garcia, and Ashley Alcala. Our chair worked to put this training together. I did forget the papers in my car, so I'll bring them in later and distribute them. This is an MTSS/SEB Whole Child Symposium. The Whole Child Symposium is designed for district and school leaders, coaches, and educators to build capacity around the multi-tiered system of supports, inclusive, transformative, social-emotional instruction, mental health support, and inclusive behavior instruction. There will be 3 different trainings that begin in January and end in March. It was presented again at our advisory committee meeting yesterday, and we were asked to help get people signed up. They will take up to 100 participants. It's free for those who would like to attend. However, it will require subs for those days. I feel that this is a much needed PD after hearing teachers' concerns with behaviors and the MTSS process at our schools. This will give everyone a chance to collaborate and hear ideas from others in districts all over San Bernardino County, not just our own district. I also feel that this should be a joint effort between AVUSD and the district to discuss and decide who should attend this, since it came out of our joint advisory committee. The superintendents that were on our committee were going to reach out to their presidents as well to discuss this and have people attend. One superintendent asked CTA if they could arrange a luncheon/training that they had last year in one of the areas down the hill. It was where the union president and the superintendent attended together. They said it was very enjoyable and helping to bring them more in alignment with issues. So I'm hoping that Superintendent Nelson and I can attend when they bring that date forth. We did have a guest speaker, Kevin Gordon. He zoomed in from Sacramento and brought up 2 key issues regarding education. The first being that uses of AI. In specific, to do with the boundary settings for children and setting up a panel at the state level to address appropriate uses and safety. CTA will be working with Tony Thurman to have real-life teachers from the classrooms be on this panel. The second is the statutes around independent study, specifically SB 153. They really want the management and unions to come together to support this and to advocate. We need to push back on CDE and how it relates to independent study, specifically to protect teachers' rights to make the determination on instructional time requirements and other accountability pieces. How does this affect us as a school district? Because the audits, if not done correctly or they choose how they would like them, it affects millions of dollars coming to the LEAs. School Board Association, SB 1315. This is a bill that helps with the number and types of reports that school districts, county offices of education, and charter schools are required to annually submit. They feel that the state is requiring too many reports and they want to mainstream everything so that's much simpler. Another big one is Prop 98, which we know were no cuts. CTA filed the lawsuit and was successful at protecting this money. And I didn't realize that they were the godfather of this prop until this meeting. How does it affect the school board? They would like CSBA. They filed a lawsuit against the state as well. And they're upset about this, one, because they did it without the power of CTA. And 2, the danger of this litigation is that it can redefine what Prop 98 is and can give more money to the cities and counties. Basically, it redefines the limits. So instead of us taking from 40%, the governor will redefine that percentage and give more portions away to the cities and counties. So they want the school boards to think about the consequences and danger if they lose this case, and they feel that they should not be litigating without CTA, and that the school board should help to not have them file this lawsuit, because if they lose, there's a lot of consequences. As far as revenue, at the state level, there's more revenue beyond what they expected. July 15th report came back and they found an additional 3.2 billion over the revenue, which means we gained money. End of July, it was another 983 million. End of August, another 710 million. And tomorrow there's another report expected to come out. And Kevin Gordon was expecting it to be between 5 and 10 billion more in revenue that they find. By January, it's expected to be between 5 and 10 billion. And that money, that additional money will go to education. And there's two ways that can be distributed. 5 billion at a one-time money, or 5 billion base money on July 1st. They want this money earmarked as no strings attached, and the distributions of the fund will probably be tied to unduplicated student counts. In the legislation financial department, I enjoyed this one. They felt that raises should move more with inflation, meaning the COLA should move more with inflation and not be nationwide, but state specific. Management and unions need to come together to help bring this to more accurate percentages or amounts. They also talked about the Medicare eligibility. So districts will be able to bill directly for behavioral health services. The CYBHI, Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, will generate a lot of revenue for districts on multiple levels. They need more advocacy for this to move forward in a more rapid pace. Where is all this leading? We're going to have a local visit from legislators, which Kevin Gordon is going to set up, where it will be at the CTA office or county office, where the union presidents that are on the committee and the superintendents on the committee will come together to advocate and speak with the legislators. Then somewhere late February, early March, we will all be visiting the Capitol building together to legislate up there as well. And he will be making all of those arrangements for us. So some good news coming out. On a different topic, on Tuesday, Wednesday, and today, the upstairs building at one of our schools had air conditioners not working. This was brought to my attention yesterday morning due to teachers not receiving updates on the situation and temperatures rising in the classrooms. I tried to reach out to the APs of the school to find out what the updates were and what they were doing with the situation besides providing a box fan for the rooms. However, that was unsuccessful. I was sad to hear that the temperatures were running between 84 and 91 degrees in classrooms with no one checking on the teachers or students, offering them an alternative setting or even water to cool off. Instead, they were told to be patient. We realize that air conditioners break and that it takes time to repair them, but I feel that the teachers and students should have been showed some more dignity and that the California indoors heat illness prevention regulations were not being followed. I'm thankful for those in the district who stepped up, provided me with updates, and helped with the situation so then I was able to provide teachers with updates. Even this morning, as they stopped working once more, they were able to get them fixed fast before temperatures reached the 80 degrees point. So we're thankful for that. Thank you for the time, and in solidarity, Karen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Closed session reports.
You want to dismiss
Oh, I'm going to release the students. No, Dr. Biswell, no, we can't, hold on, we can't release you yet, something.
Well, then go ahead and do what you need with them. Or do we
You
need-
want to, let's just go.
Okay.
We'll just follow the order.
All right, so in closed session, first item that was discussed was public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave. On a motion by Opara and a second by Bender, they approved the separation agreement between the Apple Valley Unified School District and employee 8059, and that was on a 5-0 vote. The second item and final item was conference of litigation on a motion by Opara, second by Arce. The Board of Trustees authorized the Director of Risk Management to approve a settlement regarding case number CIVSB 2404404 in the amount of $6,400. And that was a unanimous vote, 5-0.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
The board may approve the agenda as is or add and or pull items from the consent agenda for discussion and or action. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now we get to the recognition of Dr. Biswas.
May I have the board and cabinet join me at the podium and or in front of the dais? And Dr. Biswas, would you come up as well? You had to wait a while to get this. I was watching your sons and they were thinking, come on, Dad, really? So while as they're transitioning to stand here, this evening we are recognizing another wonderful community member, Dr. Arnab Biswas. Did I say that correct? Okay. He is the epitome of our district values of dignity, authenticity, community, and service. Our value of community. As a 1993 graduate of Apple Valley High School, he is an alumni who became a medical doctor and returned to the high desert. He has been practicing. This Mr. Bender's having fun. He's got a yellow sheet. I'm worried. Gastroenterology here since 2009. It will not surprise anyone that Mr. Bender was his AP US history teacher, and he even shared that he was a great teacher at that. Our value of service. Since 2016, Dr. Biswas has done anywhere from 150 to 250 sports physicals a year for local schools and children who do not have access to medical services. That is huge for us. That means kids get connected to athletics that might not have otherwise been able to do it. And as a parent who had a child that participated in athletics, and I know that even I didn't take them to their care facility because we couldn't get an appointment. We'd run into Dr. Mike's for $20 and do it that way. So I know many families have done this when they have access to healthcare, but when they don't, we appreciate that you have bridged that. Our value of dignity. The free physicals are intended to support those students, as I said earlier, to get connected to athletics. And usually this is the positive impact that keeps them connected and attending school. And the fact that there's no charge is just the biggest impact for dignity that I can even think of, because they don't have to ask. It's just provided. Our value of authenticity. Dr. Biswas' best memories of Apple Valley High School were the relationships he's made both back then and now. He never imagined he would return to the town where he graduated, and most significantly, that all 3 of his boys will graduate from Apple Valley High School as well. When speaking to Dr. Biswas, he stated, "It has been a pleasure serving the community. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, the leaders of the Apple Valley Unified School District, and the students and their families, we appreciate your dedication and representation of our core values of community, service, dignity, and authenticity."
It can't be all good. After 42 years of teaching, this is one of the top 20 students I ever taught. Intelligence-wise, score-wise. He went on to UCLA. In fact, he was a trainer for the 1995 UCLA Bruins basketball national champs. We already talked about what he did pro bono for all the students, but I'd like to say that the funniest thing he ever did that I've ever seen a student do was the year he graduated. I guess driving to school, he looked at the sign and said Navajo Road, Kiowa. He said, I'm an Indian. I'm going to apply for an Indian scholarship. And he did. An American Indian scholarship. He got a dump truck load of response. It was amazing. That shows you how high his grades were. And I know his mother was very mad. And he had to tell him that he's an Indian, but he's an Indian from India. And that to me, I know you took a lot of ribbon from everybody. That's the greatest prank I've ever seen pulled in 42 years of teaching. And this is one of the sharpest doctors you'll ever go to. Thank you. All right, thank Good job.
The meeting is not enjoy DC. No one to talk to, no one to climb with. Pretty funny.
Oh, you guys can now pull forward. You can all come forward. Move up. Move up.
The candidates are be over next month. Hopefully I'm not the only guy that's standing on
No, you'll make it. You come right in and stop. At least one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, discussion information, now that the room has been cleared. It's always good to have such happy information. A discussion and amendment to the 2024-2025 board meeting schedule. What are we discussing?
So I mentioned at the last board meeting that there was a bit of a conflict if we were going to attend the Safe and Civil conference in January. We would have to come back early from that in order to be at the board meeting that Thursday night in January. So I don't have a date other than we have 2 other Thursdays that we could pick from, but I understand that at least one board member will be out of town. So I wanted to at least get some direction on what to maybe bring as a proposal or whether we were going to not
This is in
attend.
January?
Mhm.
So the regular meeting is the 2nd, correct?
The regular meeting is
It's actually January,
the
scheduled for
ninth-
January 16th.
16th,
Oh, thought it was always the first Thursday.
except we're off.
Except that
Oh, because of the holiday. Oh, no, forgot. Christmas, New Year's.
So the options that are left for the month of January is either do it early on the 9th, do it the week before, which would mean we'd post during the break, which we can do, or the 23rd. Going to the 30th would put us up too close to the next board meeting.
23rd works for me.
Now, January 9th, what is the problem there? What will be the problem? that
Mr.
we have
Arce, I believe you have,
I have a conflict. I'll be out of town.
yeah.
Okay.
Will you be out of town still on the 23rd? So on the 22nd, we have planned the ethics training through CSBA. So if the 23rd would be appropriate for everybody, we could pencil that as the possibility and bring that back as the draft for the board to approve at next board meeting.
Run that by me again.
So we would move the 16th to the 23rd.
Okay.
We should be fine, Mr. Schlosser, with any discipline cases for number of days.
We should, especially since we have 2 in December, we should be, that will not be too many school days between meetings. We'll meet our timelines.
Okay. So the 23rd, but you would be with us potentially 2 days in a row because the California School Boards Association training, the ethics training that is required, we have that confirmed by CSBA for the 22nd. There are 2 times during that day that somebody can attend, and we do not yet have the link to have people register. Other districts will be joining us as well. So you'd either be attending the morning session that day or the afternoon session, and then we'd come together on the 23rd, Thursday, for the board meeting. Does that?
Well, if we have the morning session on the 22nd, it will allow us, those of us who are part of the budget committee, to attend the budget committee on that day because the 22nd is a budget committee day for the afternoon.
Yeah, Mr. Schulenberg knew that when we when CSBA gave us a date, that would likely be in conflict, and it would depend on when people registered as to whether they would move forward with holding it in the afternoon or change that date for the budget committee. Both are optional. Matt?
Yeah, that we've also learned that school services is having the governor's budget proposal workshop the morning of the 22nd, which will take myself and Mrs. Kunkel all the way down to Anaheim. So I was actually going to suggest we do adjust the budget committee meeting to the following Wednesday, January 29th.
So none of that has been penciled yet. We would like to bring the calendar back at the November board meeting. What I'm hearing is put the 23rd as our board meeting in January. And then
I feel like I need pencil. not
Mr.
pen.
Schillenberg will get us the potential budget committee meeting. We don't bring that to the board for approval, so. We good? Okay, thank you.
And one way or the other, we're gonna have one new board, at a minimum, one new board member. So
Okay.
this may all turn out to be different if, don't know what happens. And we may end up coming back to the 16th as planned, if that's the case.
Well, you have to make the decision as to whether or not we're doing the 16th because of Safe and Civil. We plan to register board members for Safe and Civil as placeholders, even with Mr. Bender's seat being up for election. We will have a space for whoever is elected to that seat. Okay.
What were the dates again?
For Safe and Civil?
Yes, please.
That would be January 22nd, or sorry, I thought you meant for ethics. Safe and Civil is going to be the week prior.
The 14th.
And it's the 14th, 15th, 16th, and I believe most will travel probably on that Monday, the 13th.
Where's it at again?
Eugene, Oregon.
In Oregon?
Eugene, yes.
13th, 14th, 15th, 16th.
With travel on the 13th.
And then we return
And the
on
17th or on the 16th?
Most likely, it'll depend what time the session ends on the 16th. We might be able to travel back on the 16th, but definitely the 17th.
Okay.
So we need to block out the 13th to the 17th.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a firm session schedule yet, but it looks like the latest it could possibly run would be 3:30 on Thursday, the 16th of January.
Yeah, we're probably going to be
Is it
stuck
the
there
17th?
because the Eugene Airport does not have a lot of flights.
We may fly into Portland and drive.
Okay.
We'll talk.
Yeah, I've flown in there before.
Oh, Eugene has
I'll
an
drive.
airport like the old Ontario airport?
Yeah, you don't
Or
want
the-
me driving. You've already.
I didn't mean that. I saw Maria's look and like she's
I
driving.
fly.
So, okay.
Okay. We should take Matt's bicycle while we're on it. Okay. Are we done with that item? Yeah. Okay. Another discussion item was the Footsteps to Freedom 2025 tour dates. I requested that because I think it was cut off during the presentation and I wanted us to have that information going in so that we will make a decision or determination about if we are going to send anybody this coming trip, and if so, what dates. I can tell you the problem I ran into was that a good number of our people traveled together in another group. And we went, there were two of us with another group. And so we didn't get to participate in their portion of whatever it is. We went to all the tours, but we didn't do exactly what they did, which was a little different. And if we're going as a unified school district, that we should try and have as many as possible go in each of the pockets so that we don't have just two people going. Because when they took their group pictures, we couldn't take a group picture because it was just two people. So we all have the dates. So the next question that we're going to have on this discussion is, are we sending anybody this coming year? And if so, what will be the boundaries that we will have for this coming year? The people that we saw on the last trip, they even had an office manager in their group. So I don't know, budget-wise, what we're going to be looking
Well,
at.
that's the issue. So if you tell us what your desire is for the number of people, then we will determine what we aren't going to do this summer that was part of our, we can reduce one of the trainings that we would be doing based on that. I don't know what the rate is this year. I haven't looked into the cost. I'm assuming it's close to the same as it was before. So approximately $6,000 per person. Tour 1 is already fully booked, which that is June 3rd through June 10th.
We're still closing out school then, right?
We are, yes. We'd have board meeting dates. That would be one of but teachers, the reason that we ended up with two different groups was because of people that were participating in summer school and their own personal things that they had commitments to. So we opened the dates and let them pick which would work for their families and for them to attend.
Okay. But what do the other board members think? I'm not the only voice here, so I need to hear other people's voices.
How many other teachers participated last year?
9. There were 9, but I think 8 went. You were there. There were 9 of you, right?
For my trip, it was just 2 of us.
And then there was a group that Martis Killian went on, and then the group that you went on. The total, Mr. Schlosser, did we fill all 10? Or
We
did have-
didn't. We still, I think, we think we have one that
Okay.
they allowed us to roll over.
Okay.
And then we did have, so I think 9 went, 8 of which were
teachers.
Well, I think we could come up with a budget first. Would be the first thing to see is like, well, last year we sent 8 at a total of XYZ. This year, if we're going to do it, we could commit to,
Yeah.
we could commit to a certain amount of money. So I think that'd be the first step is the budget.
Okay, in light of the fact that we're going to be talking about ethnic studies, which is a requirement coming up, I think we need to really seriously keep that as part of our budget, because ethnic studies is going to be playing a role. And those teachers who went this year, they said their whole viewpoint has significantly changed. And if we can get our teachers, a lot of our teachers, to begin to have those conversations, then ethnic studies will not be one of those things that people fear. It's something that has to happen. And maybe if we come at it a different way and not saying we're going to teach your child is X, Y, and Z, we're just going to expose your child to know that there's a world outside of here. That will be something that we as a district need to really make a priority, because every ethnic group matters, and we need to be able to have that conversation openly.
Obviously, I'm 100% in support of sending more. I think that the presentation last month, while lengthy, they spoke from their heart. I think it was more than just learning about history. I think it was very apparent that it had changed almost who they were as educators, as it came across at least. I think it's important to take into account the financial aspect for sure. If we've got one already that's being rolled over, that's helpful. I know we focused primarily on history teachers this time. I think it might be.
And English. We had
Okay,
English and history. Yes.
I think it might be important to consider other areas as well as potentially other grade levels if we are, because our instructors are working with children of all ages. And
Trinity, do we have a budget for, I'm sorry, do we have a budget for ethnic study? Is there a designated budget?
Or what about
the
our
24,
multiplier?
25 budget?
The district received
Equity
some
multiplier.
one-time dollars having to do with ethnic studies for the intent of developing the curriculum, hosting the meetings, doing all of that. And we utilized a portion of that to pay for Footsteps to Freedom. Yes. And we are currently utilizing it to pay for teacher time, the meetings that are happening if they're after hours, and when they gather together as grade levels when they're working on the curriculum, that they will have to present to you as a board for adoption. So that one is an ongoing pot of money. If this is going to be an ongoing expectation in the district to serve, it would be great for us to set what that expectation is. And then we'll work with Mr. Schillenberg to look at the budget and determine where we can reduce. Most likely it'll come out of one of the professional development areas. And the total cost for 2024 per person was $64.50. So I would say if you're going to do it based on a not to exceed amount, so that we have the ability, if the price goes up, to not extend beyond what the board is comfortable with.
Right, and that's what I was trying to get at. We need a set budget. Once we have a set budget, then we can say how many people we can send each year. So, so 8 times 6 was where were we at last year? Then how much was the total? Do you have it in front of you?
I don't have the
Oh.
total. I have the $6,400, $6,450. So just round it to $6,500
Okay.
because you're going to pay. There's some other expenses that come of this. Yeah, you did a board item last year that came out of. We utilized the funds from our one-time dollars for ethnic studies, and it had a not to exceed $75,000.
And while we're on it, no matter what happens, I think we need to start to include can you guys hear me on your microphone? Because I'm.
You're kind of far away from that.
And while we're on it, I would like to also make sure that that opportunity is extended to at least one administrator, site administrator, so that they can come back and share back to their
Yeah, that's not a
administrative
bad idea.
cohort. And they can get to, keep a more open mind about what's going on, if it is possible.
Well, I would think that we don't need to send 8 again. I mean, that was the first year where, and there's quite a few that continue to teach what was at the, that they learned. And maybe we could scale it back to, 3 or 4 every year. From there, which would cut the price down quite a bit. Just some food for thought.
We have a school, we have a district of 13 schools.
14.
14, okay, one is virtual school, so I tend to forget. I am sorry,
It's
I
okay.
apologize, please don't get me.
She's gonna come for you.
But I think, we need to, go almost to where we were, what we did last year, but to cut it smaller is what school gets that exposure and what school doesn't. So I need to keep it, if it's possible, to keep it the way we have it until we get more funds based on where the money is sitting.
So
if it's possible.
So we do the planning almost a year in advance for trainings so that we can book them. So what you're asking for is less Kagan or less what people, where we're getting 45 teachers in a room for the same price. I understand the impact. I just want everybody to understand the full impact of what this does to other trainings as well. So we will look for other grants and ways to fund it as well. But if you can give us a dollar amount and then based on what the cost is, because I don't have the cost. I don't know, Amanda, if you're aware of what the cost is. $64.50 was last year. But like I said, there are other costs to this because we pay for the travel down to the airport. We had to pay for a hotel room this past year because of a change of a flight. There was several things that occur, and what I don't want to do is put us in tell us to do 8 or 10, but we don't have the funds to do that because the budget doesn't match that.
Right. Well, and I know it was expensive because I paid for mine. But yeah, I mean, I definitely felt like it was worth it, but we definitely need to plan for it if it's something that we feel is important. And I definitely feel like it is important. Since this is a discussion item, would it be appropriate to ask, since I know we have a participant in the audience, like what his thoughts are on training wise, like how it stacks up versus other professional developments? Or
if that's your interest, we can bring it back as a board item as a discussion for future training. To do that kind of a discussion during a board meeting, that it's not
okay, I just, since it was a discussion
presentation.
item, I wasn't sure if we could, because we keep
Discussion
asking
for the board.
Okay,
Yeah, discussion for the board,
okay.
public meeting of the board.
Right, it's just we have this question and we could
Right.
get the answers. I wasn't sure if we could ask the question, so, okay, thank you.
Just give me a target. We did not to exceed 75,000 last time. Do you want us to problem solve through not to exceed 75,000? Do you want me to problem solve through not to exceed 60,000? I just need a target.
Gary, I already spoke up. There's a couple other board members here, so you guys got to come up with a decision.
I think this is a program that's really desirable, that I think really has value in light, as Maria said, of the ethnic studies, new high school graduation requirements. So I would like to see this program continue to be offered in the future. 8 or 10 teachers would be fantastic. But again, Trinae, you make a great point in terms of how is that going to affect our other professional development that we offer to teachers. So,
I just want you to understand that it's not unlimited funds. So when we do this, we're
Right.
balancing one for the other, and it's the impact of the full system. And nobody will argue that this was not impactful for somebody, for
exactly.
the attendance.
it seemed
Life
very,
altering was
very
the
effective
term.
and very impactful,
Yes.
and something that could be directly taken into the classroom.
Yeah.
And affect students in a positive way. So I would like to see it continue to go forward. This is just my opinion. I was thinking of a number. What about 5 teachers, or as the number you presented in terms of dollars, not to exceed 75,000. I'd like to see at least 5 of our teachers be able to go.
I just need direction, guys. Is 5, 10? I don't have consensus.
I'll go with 5. Gary's with 5?
Mhm.
Todd, 5. Dennis is with 5. Maria?
Well, the majority already has a 5.
Could we go with 5 plus the free rollover?
Absolutely. That one's already accounted for. Does that work?
And then just plan for that maybe.
For 6 people to attend? And you want one of those people to be an administrator if there's an administrator interested.
Well, I would have liked an administrator interested, but we can't, we just have to get this in front of the students quickly. And so if we're staying with 5 or 6, we keep it with teachers only.
And ideally try to aim for the same week if we can, as she said.
Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll work on 5 funded. The 6th one is the rollover. And then what we'll do is send out and we'll work with Mariana Torres again. She coordinated for us because of her position, and we'll ask for interest based on dates. And then if more people turn in for the interest, then we'll make a determination, and they can be potentially future members to attend with some expectation coming back of what they do at their school site or within the district to share their experience. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Presentation, possible supplemental early retirement program offering by Mr. Schulenberg.
Thank you. Give me a moment while I hook up to the technology. If I can read. Okay. Thank you. I have a little presentation. This is informational on possibility of a supplemental retirement program offering for the staff of Apple Valley Unified School District. My little disclaimer down there on the bottom of my title page, you'll notice you do not have these slides printed. I did not print, but I will make sure Kylie gets a PDF of this particular presentation and she can share with the board and of course put it in the minutes. The majority of these slides were actually produced by PARS, Public Agency Retirement Services, which is a company based in Orange County that has done a supplemental retirement program for us in the past, as most recent as 2021, if you recall. Again, these are their slides. So about PARS, it was established. They do have about $8.5 billion in assets under administration and over 2,000 plans across the state. They do these for school districts and also public agencies, cities, towns, fire districts, water districts, any public agency. Here's just a sampling of school districts that they offer these plans. You see we're on the list because we are a current customer. We have one more payment, July of 25 on our 2021 supplemental retirement program. These particular plans really do encourage long-term. They call them senior, I call them veteran, experienced employees, staff members, typically at the top of the salary schedule. And you achieve savings in these plans by encouraging the retirement of a highly paid staff member. And if that position is backfilled, typically you are hiring a lower paid or somebody on the lower end of the salary schedule. So that delta many times is the savings you can achieve, even though there is a cost created by implementing these plans as you are paying a benefit to the retiree. The particular process, again, this is not an action item. This is an information item only, but if the board is interested, we can offer a contingent plan offering to eligible employees based on the eligibility criteria we establish. And you'll see the process there. They submit a letter of resignation, and we open up an enrollment period. Then the employees have the opportunity to enroll, and then we close that enrollment period and we get the actual signups. And we can do with PARS, their assistance, we do a fiscal analysis. And at that point, the board has the opportunity to determine whether to move forward with the program or not. We have 4 units in this district: certificated non-management, classified non-management, certificated management, and classified management. And they're all dealt with separately under these programs. If the board cancels the plan, the letters of resignation that those staff members turned in as a condition of enrollment are rescinded. They're able to revoke those letters. Now, if they choose to retire anyways, well, then they retire anyways. I asked PARS to simulate 2 plan structures for the staff in Apple Valley Unified. Scenario 1 is a 70% of final pay. And again, that is salary. That does not include longevity, any extra time. It is basic salary at 70%, which mirrors the offering that we made in 2021 across all of our employee groups. I also asked them to demonstrate or model a 60% of final pay, because since 2021, we've implemented some retiree health and welfare benefits, which added costs to our retirees. So they did that for me. The employees have several options. There's just a list of how the retirees actually can choose to take the benefits, and they work with PARS to determine what might work best with them, and of course their financial advisor if they have one. This is a sample benefit illustration. This is not based on any specific employee. In any of those groups, you'll see certificated non-management, certificated management, classified non-management, classified management, and those are the list of payout options the retirees have in these programs. This is based on an average retiree in each one of those categories. You could see if the particular certificated non-management retiree chooses option 10, they get a 10-year monthly guaranteed payout of almost $775 a month. The average retiree. Some will be lower, some will be higher. And you can see the amounts for the different units. That is at the 70% level. This is the same chart at the 60% level. So if we go to that same certificated non-management option 10, 10-year guaranteed payout is $663, a little less, because the benefit, the annuity that's created through this program is only 60% of their final pay. So of course the monthly benefit, about $100, $110 less. Again, these are the average employees. This is not based on any specific employee. PARS handles the entire process. They mail out customized enrollments. They have group orientation meetings, individual meetings in person, no more online, or I think they still might offer that, but the last time we did it, everything was online. And they are available to answer questions from any of the employees during the enrollment period. The eligibility requirements that ran for us, this is just a quick thing. You can see we cut it off at age 55, 10 years of service in Apple Valley Unified. And on the classified non-management require a minimum half FTE. So that's a 4-hour position. And you can see the different assumptions that they used to come up with that data. So a little analysis, again, the total compensation, but we have to consider the retirement healthcare cost, the cost of the actual incentive, what's our current natural attrition, and of course, any savings due to non-replacements to get the net savings. So that's kind of what they work. So these are projections that PARS made using their historical data of participation in similar supplemental early retirement programs. At the 70% level, you can see the number of eligible employees we have in each category. Projected retirements with the PARS SRP, again, that is based on their historical data and participation levels. If you recall, 3 years ago in 2021, we had over 100 employees across the district take it. That was at a time where a lot of people wanted to get out of education. Unfortunately, there was this thing going on that was causing a little disarray in the system. So a lot of people took advantage of it. PARS told me that was an anomaly for us as well as many other districts that participated. This is more in line with their typical participation rates. So they're projecting 59 across all of our units would take it. At the lower benefit level, they're projecting fewer retirees would take it. Just it's not as enticing to some. And again, this is based on their data of plans that they've offered. Just for giggles, here's the 121. This is kind of a chart. You see we have a 72-year-old in our certificated non-management group. One of them who would be eligible under this plan. And 14 55-year-olds. Now, typically, age 55 in STRS is not a substantial retirement, but if they've done planning with this CERP, they'd still be eligible. So 121 in our certificated non-management group, and you'll see that's just another scattergram. You see that dot all the way up there near 40. That's our most senior in that particular group. I'm not going to point at anybody. Might look, but I won't point. But that's kind of the scattergram. Got that? Anyways. So this is the projected savings. Now, this is some assumptions that PARS makes based on their average. Assuming 28 retirements at the 70% of final pay, if we have to replace all 28 of those individuals that retired, they're still projecting a savings in the first year of about $350,000. And of course, you get that over several years. And those are projections, which they're subject to change, and they certainly will not be exactly right because this is kind of based on their projections and their assumptions they make. If we only replace half of those 28 retirees, you'll see the initial year savings is projected to be upwards of 1.5 million year over year. At the 60% final pay, you'll see fewer retirements. And you might think, well, it's less of a benefit, so shouldn't there be more of a savings? Unfortunately, with fewer retirements projected at that lower benefit level, they actually project the savings won't be as much. Their projections are more savings at the higher benefit level. Certificated manager, there's a whopping 9 certificated managers out of our group that would be eligible. You can see the scattergram there. There's the data, and there's the scattergram for that particular group. Well, this unfortunately has some red. They're projecting 3 retirements out of that group. If we have to backfill all 3 of those positions and maintain, then it's really no savings. And the thing that causes that is a small differential between step 5 and step 1 on the management salary schedule. Our AVUSD teaching salary schedule has step 1, well, column 1, step 1, all the way to column 4, step 34-ish. So a much larger range and differential between the highest paid and the lowest paid on the salary schedule. But if we choose not to replace management positions, you see, if we replace only one of them, they're projecting a savings in that year of just a little under $200,000. And again, these are projections, which would change. 60% final pay for the certificated management, really a very minor change, still a cost if we backfill all positions. Our classified non-management, so this is our CSEA bargaining unit, approximately 117, distributed across age 55 all the way up to 71. You'll see in this particular chart, that top dot up there, 44 years of service at about 62 years of age. That person started working for us when they were what, 18? Been working for us for quite a while. I don't know who that is right now, but I do have a list. But you see on the classified side, again, if we backfill all positions, there is a chance there wouldn't be savings because of the small differential in the salary schedule between step 5 and step 1 on the classified salary schedule. If we're able to not backfill all those positions, you see there is savings. If we fill 50% of those projected retirements, about $500,000 a year in the first year. And again, at the 60%, very similar results. Our classified management group, a smaller group, but how we do have, however, 12 eligible employees in that group. ranging from age 55 all the way up to 67. One of those 57, 58-year-olds with 35 years of experience, quite a bit there. And you see again with the small delta between step 1 and step 5, you have to not backfill positions to facilitate a savings. Again, at the 60% final pay. This is a sample timeline that PARS put together to consider this. They would suggest that the board consider this as an action item at the November 7th meeting. If so, then PARS would mail enrollment packets out to all eligible employees in November. We'd open up that enrollment period. PARS would be able to hold orientations and counseling sessions. They suggested we have that period open through winter break and close that enrollment period in January. And then they have January 16th, 2025, because that was our current January scheduled board meeting. We can adjust that. But what that allows us to do is we close the enrollment period. PARS does a financial analysis based on the actual enrollment numbers and the actual people that enroll. And then we're also able to see that list and determine backfill, no backfill, those different types of things in order to make a decision. If the board does approve, of course, then all the resignations that were submitted as enroll in the program would become official and irrevocable. If the board chooses not to move forward, then all those resignations will be revoked and the program does not occur. Any questions I can answer?
Matt, oh, sorry, go ahead. Somebody else speak up. Good job.
Well, thank you.
Did you say January? It would come to the board in January for action item?
Either January or February, Mr. Raleigh, would work in the timing. It all depends on when we determine to close that enrollment window and how quickly PARS and ourselves can do the financial impact analysis.
Okay. Great. Thanks.
Yes.
How much does this cost us to go ahead and look into?
PARS does this at no cost to the district.
Okay.
The only cost, of course, are annuity contributions on behalf of each of our retirees.
Okay.
If the board chooses to move forward with the program.
Well, thank you. Stay where you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Presentation and information, proposed financing for transitional kindergarten buildings project.
Here we go.
You again.
Apple Valley Unified. Earlier this year, the board authorized us to pursue borrowing up to $10 million in COP to pay in part for our transitional kindergarten construction project. So just a reminder, a COP is a type of loan taken out through a school district. It is not voter approved debt. You do have a copy of this presentation at your table there. It's not voter approved debt, but we do have to seek an opinion from County Office of Ed, San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. Typically, we carry a COP for 30 years, but we're actually going to suggest a 20-year term in this particular COP. There's two different offerings. We've historically done the public offering of COPs. We did one of those in 2020. This particular COP, in talking with our financial advisor, we're going to go the direct purchase route. And the direct purchase route means fewer costs. So you'll see there's no bond underwriter, there's no credit rating, there's no insurance fee, there's no annual trustee fee. We go directly to, for instance, one of the banks we're negotiating with right now is Capital One, their public financing team. We go straight to them. They loan us the money. We make the payments. But we lease a school site. And this is kind of how it works. I apologize, all the arrows. This is not my graphic. This is Piper Sandler's graphic. This is where the Apple Valley Unified Public Facilities Corporation comes into play. We lease, we've identified Sitting Bull as an appropriate school site. We lease Sitting Bull to the Public Facilities Corporation. The Public Facilities Corporation leases it back to us. We make the payments. We pass through the payments to the investor. The investor gives us the money up front. Kind of an interesting graphic. Debt service. You'll see this compares the direct purchase with the public offering debt service. The direct purchase debt service is actually less in the long term. For a $10 million direct lease purchase borrowing, we would pay back about $15.2 million based on when this projection was prepared. As we know, interest rates do fluctuate, and interest rates would not be determined until we close the transaction. This is the repayment plan. You'll see on here, we are planning on using our redevelopment revenues. That's the blue column, or the, I don't know, is that peach repayment schedule for the 2020 COPs? That's our existing debt that we issued a few years ago. So that's a payment schedule that we are already meeting. The golden, we'll call that orange for Apple Valley Sun Devils, right? That particular column is the projected debt service on a public offering, which you'll see there's still excess RDA revenue. This is the same chart for a direct purchase with the lower debt service. So this is the chart I'm actually recommending that we take a look at. And we have this all the way out. You'll see that projected redevelopment revenues all the way out to 2052, 53. I'm planning on being retired prior to that because the RDA revenues expire in 52, 53. They do not continue past that point based on all the existing current RDA law. Those are our team. Piper Sandler, our financial advisor. Stradling is the legal firm that we've used. San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools is on there as a team member because they do have the opportunity to review and write a letter of opinion to us regarding the debt service. So what's next? I am planning on bringing the documents to the board on December 12th for your consideration and I hope approval. Before that, we will submit all this information to San Bernardino County Superintendent's Office so they have the opportunity to comment. I am working with our financial advisor and our legal firm to get this rolling. And if you do approve it on the 12th, we are hoping to close the transaction actually prior to Christmas and get the funds, as our project is currently out to bid with a planned bid opening probably later this month. We're probably going to have to move it a week or two. Any questions?
I do.
Yes.
Does this presentation go along with item 46? Approve the consulting agreement with Public Economics.
Public Economics Incorporated is a firm that does the RDA analysis for us. So yes, they will update their RDA revenue stream analysis for us as part of the packet of information that is provided to the County Superintendent of Schools office. And we are planning on paying their fee out of the borrowing. It's part of the $150,000 estimate in fees. So it will not have any impact on the general operating fund.
Okay. And that would just be for the COP that would be going for the transitional kindergarten?
Yes.
If we were to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
No. Kelly, do we have any public comments?
We do not.
We do not.
We do not.
Oh. Board comments. Dennis Bender. Amanda Buchanan.
None.
Gary Arce. Rick Raleigh.
No.
Maria Parra. None. Trina Nelson.
None.
Wow. Okay, discussion action session. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees discuss and take action on the following items. Approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing chairperson effective immediately on expulsion case number 1, 2024-2025. I need a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Expulsion case stipulated number 1, 2024-2025. I need a motion.
So moved. I'll second it.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Admission case AD 1, 2024-2025. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Annual review Number 2, 2024-2025. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approve the certificated and classified personnel actions as listed. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Approve the recommendation for requested leaves as noted. I need a motion.
I'll move.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approve the agreement with MGT Impact Solutions LLC to provide student enrollment forecasting services. I need a motion. I'll move.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Approve resolution number 2425-03, making certain findings related to CEQA and authorizing staff to file a notice of exemption for Apple Valley modernization projects at Desert Knolls Elementary School, Sandia Academy, and Yakaloma Elementary. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Approve the proposal from Placeworks to provide CEQA consulting services for the Granite Hills High School Athletic Facility Project. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Consent agenda.
I'll move items 1 through 50.
Uh,
Somebody has something to pull.
Could I pull 5?
Let me just write down what you're moving, taking.
I moved that we approve 1 through 50.
Okay. And Amanda?
I'd like to request that we pull 5 for discussion.
Okay. Okay, consent items.
I'll amend the motion to approve 1 through 50 minus 5, item 5.
I need a motion.
I already voted.
I'll second.
Okay, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
So they just have 5 left.
okay, 5.
There was just a small typo, and I apologize. It's a repetition. I think it said from the state. In the state, from the state.
In the background.
Number 7, in item number 7,
From the state.
if we could just delete one of the repetitions.
I see it. Yes.
That's it.
Yes. So we'll amend that.
And then approve it as is, but with one of the repetitions.
Yes.
Deleted.
So number 7 says, in the actual board policy, board bylaw, number 7 says, a board member's absence from the state for more than 60 days. So it will be amended to read, a board member's absence from the state for more than 60 days, except in the following situations. Is that
Correct.
acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, as
Is that okay
amended.
with- Okay, thank you. I move that we approve item number 5 with the proposed amendment.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Future items. Does any member of the board have any future items they would like to bring forward for next board meeting? No. Next board meeting is Thursday, November 7th, 2024 at 5 p.m. Educational Support Service Center, Conference Room A. There being no further business to come before the Board of Trustees, it is recommended that the meeting be adjourned. I need a motion. All in favor? Thank you.